Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Which should I choose? Let the magic begin! Let the magic begin! My perception. Let the magic begin!
This scenery is wonderful. Sure. Enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl.
Time to go.
Everyone can
wherever in this world I roam.
Get out of here! Take cover!
Rain outlines your fate.
Blitz!
Booba, get them! You're toast!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let me weave you a verse.
Surrendering will be...
Get out of here! I'm going in!
Eat this! Out of the frying pan!
Rain cutter! Yeah, let's light it up!
No rest for the
Nice and spicy! Be amazed!
Witness the power of Gugwa!
You're toast!
Surprise!
I summon...
Know my sword! Let me weave you a verse.
Let the magic begin! Step on up! Over here! Eat this!
Rain cutter! Rain outlines your...
Be amazed!
Surprise!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Let me weave you a verse.
Let the magic begin! Step on up! Over here! You're toast!
You've been a naughty boy.
Freeze!
Out of the frying pan.
This moment will be frozen in...
Things are about to get dicey.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Eat this! Nice and spicy.
Oh, so sorry.
Game's up. Fun's over. Take it easy. And voila! A round of applause!
Everybody stand back! Huh?
Now disappear! Let's get this show on the road!
wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Oh, ow! Where did that come from? Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh, ah!
One, two, breathe. 3, 4, and
Time to go.
chivalry will never die. Good eye.
Time cutter!
Is it my time?
Someone needs assistance. No, my sword! Time to act. I must leave no stone unturned.
Time to go.
Steady as stone. No, my sword!
Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Witness the power.
See? The first time we came here. Oh, Paimon remembers! Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but so much time has already passed since then. Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems. Yeah, guess you're right. Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway? Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't...
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered...
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to...
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now,
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru. With the wind.
Tja! Yeah. Yeah. Time to go. Time to go. I follow the wind.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port. Wow, everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry, just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think? Good idea. Nahida gave us... Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archons... To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but...
Excuse me. Can I help you too?
Hi. We're travelers, new to Fontaine.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking...
Really? Like, A real trial?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? In what you see in reality, whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being, oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, wait. Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely...
I think what they mean is that they wish to... In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll...
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon...
No, Lady...
That's right.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon.
Yes, you're right.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the... But who knows how long making an appointment will... Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Huh? I'm fine.
Oh, okay then.
About many things, actually. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait.
No, people call the waters, and no, I can still see that hill clearly in my... He would skip and jump. But now, the water...
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and...
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers.
Nice to meet you! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We were just talking with your sister.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us! Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount. Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment.
Did all the introductions earlier not...
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poop...
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of
Oh! All right, then. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina?
So, she's the Hydra?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. Fear is for insignificant cowards. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the...
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. But the Hydra Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe Miss Hydra?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into You had best stop and consider.
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Wait, does this mean they're the...
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh,
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories...
ooh, I've got to see this.
Yes, but don't get too excited. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be...
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery.
Oh, yeah, she's right.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor.
You see. Then, as the god...
Right, this is Fontaine.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reaction? Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, what?
Precisely!
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition.
You tell her, Linny! Finally, someone who's not crazy.
Great magician Lin.
As a magician who just rained on your parade, so, with such an audience gathered here,
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
there. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has...
You call...
Huh. I'm not sure what to think.
Amusing. Very amusing, Minnie. Just the sort...
Performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But when there are valid grounds, but even the gods of other lands, I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance.
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little so.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway,
It will actually be my first time performing on the most
but isn't the Opera House where...
When there are no public trials being held, the opera... And speaking of performances...
My brother's always excited.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do.
Splendid. In that case... You really mean it? This is a magical item known as a magic pocket.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... I'm not sure exactly when it began. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the Nation of Justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with...
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors, others say that the people of Fontaine. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine...
Many places have already been
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But we hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But...
Perhaps only absolute power could ever... Now, if you'd like to help, then please...
What's this? So you...
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the story says that people once lived, but as time wore on, people desired to live on land. So, if you ask me, when the water...
Oh, we hadn't...
All right, I'll take it.
Time to go.
So you're the blonde traveler. Oh, a magic pocket? Thanks.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Life is all about...
You should still take...
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, yes, but that will change once disaster strikes.
Is there anything else you need?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop.
So, you want to collect materials?
Oh, that would be much appreciated. Time to go.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
Shadows of fate!
Time to go. You made quick work of that. I can tell you're inexperienced. Maybe next time you'll feel like help.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong?
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We watch her move.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape. All right,
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be... Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're...
No, that was all. Oh, I can't. Anyway, I should be going now.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny
Oh,
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's...
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to.
You're a... I have to admit that... But at least we were able to get the stolen items back.
what a slippery little thief!
All right, let's put this little detour behind...
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an...
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can...
So you mean it's still boring, even when...
No, that's not what I meant. It's... Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just...
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Huh?
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aqua bus. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about it.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often...
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't... So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. Ah, you're right. Seems you know me pretty well. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women?
That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed...
So, what is the serial...
That's right! The first missing girl case, and ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, but the scariest part is that many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe...
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price...
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look! Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this. Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly. Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late. Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya! Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time. What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first?
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all.
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go?
Oh, they all just went...
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials.
Yes, I went down.
That's our Fremine. Always.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and...
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend... It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to... Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept.
Sorry. It might be because we... It rained for longer than I suspected.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you.
Oh, are you...
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these... I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And the boss there
No trouble at all!
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, no need! No.
Time to go. Cheer! Cheer! Yeah. Cheer! One with nature. Yeah. Cheer! Into the wind!
California.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, but they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run.
Wow.
I can't say for sure, but who knows?
Hey, is this machine what you used to?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work?
But where does a big machine like?
Well, but basically everything we usually use here in the city is.
Huh?
Well, I'm not completely When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's beliefs.
So that's what its other but Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable? Oh yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away.
You again?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine?
Long story short, but it seems that fate brought our path. Either way you look at it, it seems.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that.
Hey, you!
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this.
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? Listen to me, boy. If you want your
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler.
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt! Yeah!
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand. Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I need—
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon—
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland—
Well, I guess it's because I've been—
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot, but recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a
Maybe you lose.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but it was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me up, she was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. Because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training—
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless sea—
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought—
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a—
Oh, it sounds like—
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more— Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official champion
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by The champion duelists are all powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be— And the worst case scenario is that you're Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty. From what I can tell. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value—
So, do many people actually get out of—
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to— Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion—
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like—
Oh, before I forget, I want you—
Huh? You're—
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse.
What if—
That sneaky guy. Well... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels, it's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered. Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's... Linny said that the Opera House is on Araneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Time to go. Yeah. Time to go. Follow the wind. Cheer! Time to go.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The Aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so. Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Arenias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing. Approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Time to go. Time to go.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people.
Oh, Archon. Please.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much.
I guess if there are, kid.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine.
Lynette!
Lenny asked.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of.
Hey, you're not trying to scare.
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro.
When do you cry?
Wait, what?
Just answer me.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you.
Rather than worrying about that, don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous.
Oh, right. I wonder where humans come.
Time to go. Yeah. Time to go.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding?
I can tell, but you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already...
Ooh, front row.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my...
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead. Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if
Oh, wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who is, oh, Paimon.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Vaught.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your... and as required by proper etiquette...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my...
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact...
Wait.
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now, but it's... Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's chief...
Whoa! Sorry.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for... And by the way, I should There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a... I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more...
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro?
All right, please wait just a moment longer.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Oh, they're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's get...
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a...
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can free... So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that... Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the... A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for the magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample time to make... So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one... Please, if my assistants could bring... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members... Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the... Now please, everyone pay very...
Wow! Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual super...
The lucky audience member will be generated. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I... Now then, let's begin. Let me see... Oh, Rose, please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be a... You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end...
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is... Like this. 60, 59, 58... I won't be able to see anything in the pitch-black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing...
No, that won't do. I can see it in your... Come on, repeat after me.
60! 59!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54? 53? Why aren't you counting, Nervilla?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting, merely a consequence of my identity and personality.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that... 40! 39!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong place.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't...
25! What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying...
Never mind the decorations!
No, that's unacceptable. I want...
19! 8!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be 10 seconds and change is still
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping 2 people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count! What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance, and there are many indications that it is connected with...
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearance.
Huh? Why me?
No. This all occurred during your magic show, now that I think about it. That whole speech about
That can't be right! He was in the box on the stage the entire time! Besides, before the show, he told us they...
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that...
Huh? I just think that he... Well...
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, that's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? But with Linny's help, our little... So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and...
It wasn't a draw.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. Are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and Very well. Linney and his troupe are all put... The audience may begin to leave in
A day isn't that long. Let's see...
Linny!
Sorry about everything that...
Of course!
Yeah, I'm a little shook. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know as for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself...
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says... The impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the... Don't worry, Paimon used her own say...
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. But with the guards watching our every move, it's a good thing you agreed to be our...
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to... since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lynn.
I suppose you're right. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, but if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the... We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks.
All right, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe, the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box. This is the real mystery. We've already searched it. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally...
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both...
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases, and I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be...
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if wait, Paimon should write up. Hello there.
Oh, the seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work. The Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all. Which
Were the victims?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they...
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out...
See? I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless. In other words, Linny knew who...
That much checks out.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
I see that you're investigating the air. If you find any new and
We don't have too many... The thud? Oh, you mean...
Yes, exactly. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid... I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right. Oh, that's true.
That does remind...
Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think some... Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone will be assigned to monitor... Lenny's still talking to the guard. I think someone...
Whoever the this people needed to why would we all? Gosh.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among the...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
From mediating disputes and providing protect, and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call...
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various...
Huh? Boss.
Well, I am the second generation president.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will...
No need. You don't have to call me...
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina...
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance. Judging from the look of things...
Really? We think so, but...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any... But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And...
Sounds more like you...
Well, what's your opinion? I must... All right. I've answered your...
Wait a minute! Did that answer...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like...
Well...
And why would that be?
Most astute of you, Demo. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience is and if that can be done, boss...
All right, that's quite enough. Now, I need to make some preparations following...
Wait! Since when did we become...
Oh, well, I can be the assistant.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that you wish to save a friend from false accusations, and...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first.
Sorry, but no one can really enter or exit the opera...
No, we're not! Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes! After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was...
How can you be so...
Well, because I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which... But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If we Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say... All right, thank you for your help. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion...
Understood. Then I will be going with you.
Just very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
You may spare the pleasantries.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got... Sorry. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they...
Fine.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will...
Weren't there...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're
the back? You mean the inside?
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box...
I see. So that's...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley.
So that's how...
Once the box was the audience member would only be able to feel some slight movement.
Right. You were talking...
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that...
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who... And that's my favorite part of this.
So that's how it all worked! Wow.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. And the trick, but as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience.
We really don't know how that...
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing... And yet, to think that someone was able... Could we have a look around? I think we can come...
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to...
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't
Thanks, everyone.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks, and here's a broken vase.
That can't...
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's a...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different...
Whatever it is.
Oh, these are the clothes that her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And ugh, this is so... What is this place?
It seems someone could fit.
Alone, perhaps. But
There are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that.
Yes, let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state. Let's find a place to sort out our findings.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal list?
They believe the odds of the guards have checked the area.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know.
The plot thickens. No wonder Farino.
In other words, the charges are very...
Charges and then
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. That's right. This is how the statements from both sides, the defenses, to put it simply, it's as if the
This also precludes any kind of favoritism.
Once both sides have finished speaking, then, finally.
Huh? So that...
In practice, there is very... yes, the...
Huh?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' prop...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside party, and even if that were not so,
I'm ready to break out at it.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. I mean, what better way to properly think...
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after... Just kidding! Just kidding!
What do you mean, no snacks?
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable...
Yes, I must be prepared to...
I have eggs, sugar, and almond...
Good work, you two.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere, that fancy... Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You will... Anyway, give these a try.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that
Tea is ready to be served as well. There's no need for concern.
All right, then. Down to... However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when...
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this, but the only people left to consider are both...
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire... Nor does she have any motive. The guards said...
Were we not through? From the sound of things, this is... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia.
They are my...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only...
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might...
No. Being greedy. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait. Even you don't believe... If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten... Malus, set up the stove again if...
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't...
As you wish.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almond.
Well...
Well, that's it for snack time. I don't know what we're looking for yet. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied.
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confused. Good plan. Impossible.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects, besides, I doubt Farina.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your...
To be honest?
No, we're already...
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you...
Since both parties are present, firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes...
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your...
In that case, I call upon the prosecution...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly... There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey.
That is simply your hypothesis based on...
Oh, is that so? And if...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave in a...
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached...
Huh?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and Tell me, aren't you...
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like...
So the serial disappearances were the fortuitous.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that one. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the
Hey, Linny! What?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to... First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true? Please answer my...
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the...
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived...
Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense in that case, my dear...
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think that... I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We based our entire reasoning on the assumption not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before, but our organization is very, very large, and
right now, we want to save people.
that's right. I'm sure we're on the same page. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, that's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about Right. So, you be the judge. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster, but still, I'm asking you to try.
Sorry.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear you.
Of course. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurate? During our investigations, we learned that the machine... From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core...
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the... That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to... On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any... After that, the homicide...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course.
That's the only way we can save...
So, there you have it. The whole... It was never my wish to proceed, but like I said earlier, you can be the...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty bad. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need... Huh?
Both parties have returned to their positions. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina...
That took long enough at this stage. Let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that. So Linny proceeded to knock him out. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands. And there you have it. That's...
Does the defendant's side have any objection?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces. Lenny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. According to Lenny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel, but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been the crime scene had already Finally, he reached the surface, and... Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe...
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance.
Oh.
That's right, you tell him! Oh, well, your denial is very strident. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, you're saying that he wasn't.
That's right! Lenny wasn't it. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now been...
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Could there have been a third person involved? The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have... Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary... The deceased's name is Cowell.
Huh? That can't be right.
is that?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the... It would have been tough for both people to fit into the... No one entered or left the opera... The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing was in... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The sound we heard may have... No one entered or left the opera... Linny was not in the tunnel at that... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a It would have been tough for both people to fit. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well. No one entered or left the... The sound we heard may have come from a Linny was not in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Linny was not in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble?
I see how it is. So
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the
If only we knew how Halsey...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The vase was not broken by chance.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving all... If there's a similar...
Just how could a person ever be transformed into water? Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and...
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at—
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at guards, please step into the lounge and
We are still examining the items. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are
the primordials.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells it. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword, one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was choked. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact...
You've got to be kidding!
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy.
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just...
Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit guards. Please continue, Mr. Linney. It appears your hypothesis is supported by...
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues...
Right! Like the metal hook! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water...
The deceased's name is Cowell. Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was something else within the... Now it seems like the hook rope was not... The water from the primordial sea... I remember there was something else...
It's Ace Detective! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his tongue. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. With the remaining... But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank.
Huh. That actually links... Oh dear, what do I do? Even I...
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be...
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that I shall now invite him on stage.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the... And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny...
What?
That can't be.
Does this not, my dear citizens? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the... Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using... But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his part. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, am I right?
We've used up all the evidence. Is this the end?
Oh no! Seems using the water...
I believe this is indeed then, my good no.
Excuse me, everyone.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh. Right before your... What?
No offense, miss, but miracle...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once? And wouldn't such a trick... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry.
Wait, isn't that
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of... I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one, but I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And that...
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was...
Hey! No wonder you look familiar. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty...
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he would... So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to... I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to The flower vase was not... The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian. Lillian was afraid.
And it hasn't been selected out of... Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel. Hearing the commotion, Cowl... He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. He tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. She knew that she would have to go.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about...
At this point, all the events that happened in the
so
bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the
What? Are you reading my mind? No. I have no...
Wow.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowl, selected his next victim. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowl thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowl entered the tunnel and met Lillian. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus, Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the Opera House, and was thus from this reconstruction of events. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an How did you find the water from the primordial?
Discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or...
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Lynn. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to...
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to...
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been therefore you would be wise to tell...
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted... We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you... but still. Let me thank you, I guess. But I didn't approach you with an as for why I'm a Fatus. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave...
The Knave? The one who controls...
That's right. And since we're here, I was one... Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I, to survive, I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded... To my surprise, we proved to be pretty... Before long, an aristocrat came...
So you went from orphans...
That was how we felt at first, too. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner it.
That doesn't seem too bad either.
After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift.
Oh no. But what if...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And the Knave.
So, she don't...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen some. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined...
She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it...
So, she believes...
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is... Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of... All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are, to us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, I have if you should need anything at all in the future, feel...
Bye, Linny!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides! And given that there's new...
Ah, I see. Well, I'm sorry.
Don't say that, Nav.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a wait, shall we have a farewell?
Huh? Do we...
Well, I'd just like to have a proper... Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take...
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm if Boss Navia's treating
Oh, wonderful. In the...
All right, then. Let's have our...
I came here several times with my father when I was little. But
oh, don't worry. We haven't.
In that case, I'll...
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's...
And if it's...
Well,
Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also...
Oh, true.
Huh? Paimon... Speaking of cases, do you think that the math...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us...
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous...
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking!
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might... It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single... Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula... Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist.
Seems...
It's all right. Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her.
I see. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady for...
Yeah, we've heard that she's...
Well, would you...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play.
Could you suggest something else?
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of... I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get...
That might work, but that's...
Valid point. I overlooked that part. All right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusation?
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to... Why don't we give it a try after the...
Huh? Paimon...
What? Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
All right. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend...
Is that so? If we're all finished eating, then I'll...
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so...
Okay.
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing.
Let's get ready to try...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, in any case, I wish...
See ya! People around it.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you...
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? Huh? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I do not know how I came to be like this either. I also, no matter where I went, Vache would go with me. But now, we can no. Our reunion no longer. The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Perhaps that is so, as I was submerged in the waters, if only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an end. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand? Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust.
Do not speak!
Sorry, Demoiselle.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech.
Sorry,
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind... Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those...
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not... I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy...
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's...
Yes. Be careful, and...
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will... Regardless...
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news...
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we try...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! I thought those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Florent who came out to save us too!
Oh, come now. Forget all that as such. We're still
It will take 50 years for me to match Dim with.
If it were me, I would have joined.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off.
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake. After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted?
So the Fanta had been spiked with...
Yes. So if...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we...
Huh! Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried...
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did...
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. And almost... Speaking of which, did anything strange...
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard... Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial seawater raises...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh. Vache. That name doesn't... Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was... But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primor... Yes, thank you. This is very... Oh, you mean...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't... And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are...
You talk too much. Well, we also have some plans...
Don't worry, you two. With us...
Time to go.
It's right up ahead.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted any...
Very good.
I shall find room.
Thank you, Malus. Now.
Follow the wind. Time to go. The wind knows me.
Time to go.
Brings a smile to my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, this is your base?
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present...
Well, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteers.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
To be honest,
Your father...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose my father's name is Callus. Yes, 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor.
Oh no!
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, but strangely, he not only requested the duel, but even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating... That's right. However, I believe I must know what really happened. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications, and now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also...
What? How could... never mind.
There is one other.
Oh! Her? Well, then... Yeah... That's not the...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the... She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was... there was only ever one...
It's not that I don't understand.
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure... Yes, that is our...
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Please, relax and get some sleep.
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get the... But never mind that.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did...
Wait, so you...
How could I?
Guess...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from...
Does that...
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuville. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? In that case, let's go...
No, it's nothing. The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you...
See? They've got...
Yep. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can...
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steam.
We're here today to report...
Is that even...
Of course.
All right, then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is...
Thanks so much.
Please come in. It's all right. Please.
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an...
Ah, I see. In that case...
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to...
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in... There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if...
Is that so? All right, then.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, you even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case. In your eyes, the value of if you truly regret my father's death, why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why everything was hanging on a There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So if you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all... It's not so much that you can't feel. Oh well. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, On the day my father was convicted of murder.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the... Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have...
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this...
Yeah! We're gonna make
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want... All right, then I'll wait.
Time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
Let me scribe.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test.
Wind strike.
Stand clear.
Delves into destiny.
Into the wind.
Written in the stars.
Animal test 6308. Absorption test.
Leave it all to me.
Brings a smile to my face.
Time to go.
Steady as stone. Let me scribe.
Wind strike.
Animal test 6308.
As one with wind and cloud. Wind strike.
Delves into depth.
Absorption test.
Time to go. Time to go.
I must leave. catch up.
Time to go. Time to go. The wind knows me. Huh? Time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Okay, I'm back to work. Please take your seats. It's time for our merry departure. This Aquabus tour is bound for Romaritime Station, and I'm your tour guide, Aval. I'm here to tell you all about the amazing scenery we'll pass by on the Clement. Line. Even though I'm not an expert tour guide, when it comes to interesting stories and important places in Fontaine, I definitely know a thing or two. I hope that my commentary will give you a newfound appreciation for this nation, and that you'll be inspired to visit every corner of Fontaine, just like Elfin was.
Time to go.
The ferry has set sail! Tour Guide Abel, at your service! I'll start by telling you a bit about our destination, Maritime Harbor. If you've been to the port before, you'll definitely have seen the huge lift. I've heard it's no small feat to make one of that scale. Not only that, but it's also designed to work using multiple energy sources. If you know any super rich merchants, that want to build really tall buildings, you can invite them to Fontaine to hire the designers of that lift. Or at least the people they taught their craft to. Passengers, if you look into the distance, you'll see Elinas, large as a mountain. The hometown of us Melusines, Marisi Village, is right over there. There's a story about our hometown that I really liked growing up. The legends say that long ago, Elinas came to Fontaine and asked the people, "Is there anything I can do?" At the time, we Melusines were super tiny, and our hands were even smaller. And we were so sad that we couldn't build houses like everyone else. So the people said in unison, "Then why don't you become the home of the Melusines?" And thus Elinas just rolled over right there and poof! It's been a few hundred years since then. When you think about it, everyone in Fontaine and Elinas really is gentle and kind. To deal with the crisis of the Second Diluvian period, some people thought about using the tunnel boring tech to hollow out the mountain and build a city inside. But if the water covered the mountain, wouldn't the people inside suffocate? Or were they going to build a super tall tower to breathe through? A tower like that would need to be super duper huge and really strong. Even with all the engineers and workers in the country, it would take hundreds of years to finish the work. So that plan definitely wouldn't work.
Time to go. Follow the wind.
Whoa! What a huge ship!
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, my father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself...
Well, Poisson is...
Time to go. Follow the wind. Time to go.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of
Yes, He did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Puissant, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange it, but then we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene.
Huh? How did that—
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards—
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. I think this third person. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as our opponent is insidious. Even though Spina de Rosu, there is no need to—
If that's indeed what he wished for, was I not the closest person to him? And yet, what was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula, did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death? And I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that, but what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you—
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been— and the serial disappearances case. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten it, but as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't. No. He might have set up everything precisely because. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. Huh. Malus, what was the key?
It's the location where synth is produced. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of But if you want to use it against the enemy...
Why? If we know where the place is...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious... There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. But a single visit to their headquarters would be... The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed.
Then, in that case, why not?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no...
Huh. That's true. But things are different now.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live, but I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake.
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to when I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to if the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must... After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, the first is Florent, Spina de Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trust. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, there's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of...
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow. In the beginning, there were only
So, they're like a...
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting, it's a bit difficult to imagine some...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina de Rosula and... Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still... Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activity...
I see. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against...
If you want to investigate them, please take every...
Of course. And...
You're too kind, my lord. And before I forget, proving after that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's... If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Aw, thank you so much, Mal...
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover...
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and...
Thank you for arranging everything for...
Excuse me, miss.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
You don't understand it.
I didn't know how to face you. Because I know only the full truth.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter...
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could. But even
They found out about his...
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I shouldn't.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized. I don't know that for sure, but you could. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the...
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man, regardless of whether he left you a parasol...
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me.
Thank you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think that's the first time any...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get my...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House?
Yeah, I've heard.
It also reminded me. After my partner here put the... Can you do me a favor and try to...
After that, my first reaction was that But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a...
So you also remember...
Indeed. The guards said that the reason being... But according to the guards, about the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying, but hold on. If that's what he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor, did he lose all faith in the courts?
About that, Malouse told me I'll tell you everything.
I understand. Then, and if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, but it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula, no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. You and all our other Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh! Now, what brings you here, Miss...
Oh!
Oh, okay. Hey!
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
I mean, Callis did a fantastic job running it. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly... Anyway, enough chit-chat.
Ah, yes. These two. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case...
Ah, I get it. If you want to go through the original files from your father...
That'd be much appreciated.
Of course. Without them, why do you ask?
Well, you see, just recently, So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me...
Then you think too highly. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. So I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, jokes aside, I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please... Sure. I will...
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened.
Yes, I've...
Oh, you were...
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a... I also witnessed your marvelous... To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine...
Oh, Paimon doesn't...
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is...
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other...
Yes. I was reminded of your father's...
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the...
Oh, and...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt, if not for the vigilance of my partner,
Oh, you're giving it...
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will... If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's...
About that. Sorry, the Confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So I was out and about the whole time, making sure things were running smoothly. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was...
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself.
Sounds good. Just all my wealth comes from Callus...
Time to go. Into the wind.
We've talked to all three...
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected. Anyway, even though we...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right!
According to Jacques' family members, he already... If I had...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used...
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order. Makes sense. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more...
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, but who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, still really hard for me to imagine. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and... Florent? It is true that but... Spina...
So you're saying he's too...
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be... Thierry, you say? But...
Yeah. Had he actually tampered if the mecha were taken from...
Who could it be? You know, if you think everything through...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into what?
Malus has always... The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle...
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and...
Yes, Malus did. We need far more solid proof, but...
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking...
Huh? Aren't you the guy from...
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left.
Wasn't that place built
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind...
Wait, how? None of our...
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigation.
Right, because they'll...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder than...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprits attend... You're right. This is our best opportunity. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to...
We'll help you, just like...
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that it's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with...
Thank you so much. Then, let's...
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade, it is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production. Ah, you're right. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for a...
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Do you accept the charge that you are the true—
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear— In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're...
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of...
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going... In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial...
That case had nothing to do with him! Huh? What's going on? Why is she
I told you it couldn't be one of...
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings, but that was an exception rather than standard court...
Oh, please. Did you... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you, and if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here...
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for...
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who...
That person is... Something's... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie?
I've heard of them, but...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly... And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and members of the guards, please... Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney.
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a...
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of... Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the...
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who... Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and... If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that...
I think there's no point. Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's...
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Claran. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the... in truth, after that, the true culprit... Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained... A pile of clothing was found at the scene. But now, it is clear that since it was raining that day, the This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. The testimony of the victim's family, however, in the end, unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something is dangerous?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her
Then, may I ask some questions? 1. Do you have...
I'm a... I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go. We should be able to find it. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards...
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette...
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you describe, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is my father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence? But by staying silent, we retained the ability. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what...
So, you mean to say...
That's right.
Do you have any...
Of course. All you need... I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your... But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand...
So... During the duel...
Yes, as a champion duelist, I've fought many battles, and taken a countless number of dishonored lives in my line of work. I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope. Just one look, I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no...
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your...
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases, in my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precise. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing it, I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and...
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your...
I suppose you're gonna tell me any...
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. But the disappearances began before...
I do apologize, Demoiselle.
No, it's not your...
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you... You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accused.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings, but aren't you going against all of his wishes and He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscious once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things.
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearance. Many people's images are flashing, and whose image is it? A man named... Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to... Take flight!
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. We need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up. The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Run with nature.
No, my sword! Embrace the ice! Let me weave you a verse. By ordinance divine, unleash! Whirling snow! No, my sword! Manifest!
Now the path is clear! Let's go!
Rain cutter! Take flight! Cryo incarnate!
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
My apologies! Kamisato art! Sometsu! Witness the power of Gawa! Rain outlines your fate! Obey!
Though, as expected, the master... That's right. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... Why are all these... Huh? You mean the girls from... And then... They were... And all the boxes of things. These names... Whoa! contain the waters of the primordial. Mixing in progress. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's soup. What's this over here? Looks like some kind... Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's... How can someone write something that terrible? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why... Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people in any case... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! If you dilute it with normal water, Paimon will take notes on this incriminating... Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have... The old dog's a real menace to deal with. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. We've looked at almost everything here, and yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find any that way, even if we bring all this back to the opera. Sure thing. You take that side, and Paimon will take... Ugh. Nothing at all! And Paimon can't even find snacks either! Whoa, really? Let Paimon see! Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then... Aw, it's just a normal diary. So many! A whole page! The final name Marcel! Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on...
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so...
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even...
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner.
Just how often do you intend...
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair, and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment. You even created Marcel as a new identity!
And so that's it. Even the villains in opera performances and with that, Marcel—
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing. Well, Marcel, do you... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people. So, you never noticed how we changed, or...
You also never understood Boss's real...
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you think? Do you really pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid it? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have? I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! Vinier, please, Vinier! Don't think badly of...
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that...
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vinier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take the...
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves! Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. It's finally over. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just...
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice...
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice...
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's...
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is... Guards, please take the sus...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are... I don't know what happened.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's...
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect Don't tell me. You thought...
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is all everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary all shall be revealed in time. You will now. Having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense.
So she chose to make her escape after.
So you're saying we shouldn't...
She probably just put on that performance to save face. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity.
All right. Even though after all, he...
Time to go.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear them? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're the Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last...
What? Give an inch and you...
Paimon agreed!
This request...
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth...
Humans. Will they betray the... Very well.
Your Honor.
I will go with him. You...
In that...
Thank you.
Follow the wind.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignere, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here!
Hey, wait!
Vignere, is that you? It's me,
Vache! Why did you come? Didn't I say... You...
It's been more than 20 all this time. Only the thought of... I must be dreaming. Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
If
not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably be... If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts. And if not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of... It's all because of yourself.
Wait, you are...
You're right. I am not Vignere. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony, the only...
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our... But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? You are a liar. The only thing you are from the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. She really doesn't want... But on top of that, she also said that because it's her fault. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? 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 Vache?
Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something...
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia!
Oh, now that...
Sounds like you...
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he... This time, though.
So his name's
It's been the dearest wish.
That blasted stub... Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorials. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate.
Huh? So you know Charlotte?
Yeah. Way back when I first became the president of this... I believe the story was called The True... To be fair, though, it was a really flattering... She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial
Oh, yeah. She told us about that. She's
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical... Oh, and in other...
Oh, are you two on better...
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, it was thanks to her that we were able to turn...
Oh, that's great.
Anyway, now that the case is... Oh, actually...
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave. And on top of that...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the...
And in that case, everyone, let's be off.
Yeah, you're right. It's been rain... Huh. This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone... Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still,
In that case,
In any case.
well, there was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, which is also why I didn't stop you. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing. But Mr. Callus proved me, if not for his sacrifice. Mr. Callus made the choice he did, and in the end, from a justice that's higher than... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apology. This regret has filled me with that high and mighty chair in the opera Epicles indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work.
So you're actually one of those types.
Sorry about that.
Didn't I just...
Ah, so Navia and Nuvoletzi. Let's not disturb them for... Paimon's never paid respects at someone's... Huh? Oh no. Paimon holds... Anyway, Nuvolette is still standing around there.
Oh, it's you two. I see. Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and your sibling, another blonde. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, is there anything else?
So, at court, the backup...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its name. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. Most of Tevat's life forms were...
Huh. So it really...
But today, the primordial sea... What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender... To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its law. Is there anything... That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be... Does that appropriately summarize?
That's right! It was...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words...
A prophecy? Of the former?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Font... Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, if the rumors were true, then perhaps this...
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else? My apologies. Mine. However, For many years, I have been quite aware that the oratory, as a divinely created mechanism, the people's unify... Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but which is all to say, I have been prepared...
So when Linny told us that he heard...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology based on Farina's reaction. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll...
Is there anything else? Very well. It was my honor. It will soon be time for me to leave this
You really are super...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so...
All right. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Welcome to Palais Mermonia.
There are leaves around, and I know just the tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Exactly.